Oh my goodness, y'all. Sorry. I just sneezed like right before I hit the unmute button. But anyway, I'm here. And I'm gonna go ahead and start because I feel like it. How's everyone doing? Oh, whoops, my face is the wrong face. I swear I'm not sad. Maybe that was left over from when I sneezed. Oh god, I gotta hide my timer. Okay, hello. Surprise, I'm a PNG tuber today. Ah, I know, it's so scary. Ah! Surprise, bitch. Bet you thought you'd seen the last of me because I said I was gonna stream on Monday and then I ended up not doing that because I did not feel good at all. But thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me in Discord. That was fun. And I'm sorry that I'm a PNG tuber right now. I fully intended when I woke up this morning, I was like, I'm gonna work out and I'm gonna, after work, I'm gonna work out and shower and put some cute makeup on and blah, 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 blah. And then I did not. And I could not be bothered. I just wasn't feeling it. So I'm gonna hide my face, sort of. This is my, you know, you guys know how PNG, I don't need to explain it to you. But I always feel guilty, but I don't need to, I'm just babbling at this point. Hi everyone, happy Friday. I'm playing some Final Fantasy. I'm ready to get back into the Dawn Trail and Miss Q. I have wine and I'll probably get another beverage and maybe a snack because I feel free that I can do so on my stream because it's I do what I want. I really don't have any, like, I guess I could do some role quests, but I'm probably not gonna do that. I'm probably just gonna go straight into MSQ as soon as I switch over. Cheers. Cheers, Judge. Cheers. I might even open up the other bottle of wine because this one was the last little, the last dregs of that bottle. What was I going to do? I was also going to, I
would classify that as cringe.
It's cringe? What am I drinking? Oh, it's like really cheap grocery store wine. It's just Gallo family Pinot Noir. Very basic. Hi, Snez. Hello. Let me, okay, I'm going, sorry, I'm doing something on the side because I'm trying to extend the thingy thing. The big goal, because I know we only have 15 days left, and that makes me... Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, now I should have more. Anyway, after I got that side quest taken care of, I'm gonna get the warnings into chat for y'all, which y'all are familiar with, pretty sure. But I'm gonna list them out for anybody who might be not familiar. Final Fantasy XIV trigger and content warning contains visual and audio depictions of blood and gore. There's death, falling, suicide, self-harm, parental death, child abuse and death, animal death including dragons, sexual assault, incest, sexual content, gun violence, plane crashes, PTSD, stalking, gaslighting, addiction to drugs and alcohol, torture, cannibalism, amputation, suffocation, bone breaking, misgendering, hate speech, bugs, snakes, spiders, clowns, ghosts and possession, jump scares, hospitals, or hospital scenes, or medical scenes, claustrophobic scenes, shaky cam, flashing lights and images, heavy emotions, and misophonia or noise warning for baby crying and crafting sounds. Yeah. Anyway, so sorry you don't get to see my real face, but you get to see this face. So that's something, right? This is where I feel guilty. I always feel guilty because it's like, oh, you don't get to see my face. But like, it is kind of my face, but then also I don't want to show my face right now. Is it a Christmas song playing right now? What is happening? Oh no, Raven's Descent. This is so calm. And yet I'm so the opposite of calm. That's true. No one can see me. Well, I mean, I can always do this. Then I can cry with my PNG tuber. You know, one thing I wish with this face is if, I wish that like I could add, and this might just be me putting work into it, but I wish that like when I bounced with my crying face, like little tears flew off my face, like little droplets. But that's probably gonna be me putting the work in to animate that shit, which I can do. I haven't done it. I've got a lot going on in my life. Judge finds no probable cause. Okay. All right. But what if I am? What if, actually wait, can I even do, hold on. Can I do this?
Objection!
Can you object to the judge? Oh, hi, Dandy, the fairy queen, the dandelion. You also deserve queen status, but thank you. I do enjoy winning the cookie title for. You know what? The probability is just nice. I've been playing the slots more often, so I'm thinking that's why. Dandy the swamp witch. But she's a very pretty swamp witch. She's not like me, which is a low tier swamp witch. A good lawyer would tell you to shut up when you said, but what if?
Dub Mothman, goated with the sauce.
Goated with the sauce. Double cheeked up on a Friday. I totally lost my train of thought. I'm just gonna go into the game now. I really have nothing else to add. Actually, no, wait a minute. I was talking about, hold on. Well, I'm sure I'll get to it. But, I just got back from a trip. Which I was like, I'm so excited to tell y'all about it. And then I didn't stream. And then life just kind of, oh, Judge, thank you for getting that shout out for SNES. Wait, I'm gonna give you the other one. And then I have to this one has like a timer on it, which is super fucking lame. But as soon as this timer is out, or at some point, I'm gonna give another shout out. But here's, boom. That's like the Twitch one, because they've got their built-in shit. Anyway, I said I was gonna talk about my trip that I was really excited about. I went to Universal Studios with Spicy Nun. My parents were very nice, and like they were like, I don't know what to get you guys for Christmas. We would like to get you an experience of some kind. And I was like, well, we've always wanted to do this, and we've, you know, been trying to make plans to do that. And they were like, sure, let me help you out. So yeah, we got to go to Universal Studios, and it was super fun. And I hadn't been since like middle school or something, so it was cool to see some of the new stuff. Epic Universe is fucking actually epic. Cannot lie. Nintendo World really felt like if I was a kid and I got to walk into Nintendo World, like I had chills as an adult. So like if I was a kid, it would just be like that times 100. It was really fucking cool. And the way that they have it set up is like epic. There was like little quote unquote portals, which are basically like these, I don't know, like all of the little worlds are kind of separated off and like almost walled off in a way. And then you go through some sort of like arch thing. And like, that's, I don't know. It really did, it did really great immersion. Cause like, it was like, oh, I'm in this park. I'm in the Celestial like default park, hub world park. And then you go through the portal, quote unquote. And then boom, everything's Nintendo. It really, I don't know. It made it feel really cool. Yes, it does have the okay, so we went to the one in Florida because that's closer to me. But also that's the one I don't think I've even been to the California one. But yes, there's a world called the Dark World, and it's all the Universal monsters. So it's like Dracula and Frankenstein and Frankenstein's bride and so on and so forth. And also it's really fucking cool. And like there's Frankenstein's castle, and it like lights up because you can see like the flashing light. It also has a ride in it, and it's a really cool ride. Also I like that kind of, you know, they have character actors out, of course. And we got to see Igor as a character actor, killing it. Pun intended, I guess. And we also saw the Invisible Man with like the wraps and like the, anyway, it was super cool. And Spicy and I love roller coasters, so it was phenomenal. But I walked like 10 miles a day for like 5 days. Literally my knee started to give out, like in a way that is never, like I've started feeling, I was like, oh God, if I continue walking, I think my knee is actually going to just grind itself to dust. Frankenstein's monster, Frankenstein's bride, and cousin and uncle. Okay, so the funny thing about the ride, like so it's like one of those dark ride sort of things. It's kind of simulator, but more of like a dark ride motion thing. And And the story that they tell is like, it's not Dr. Victor Frankenstein. It's, I guess, spoilers for this theme park ride if you care about theme park ride spoilers. Anyway, the story is like his granddaughter, great-granddaughter, some granddaughter down the line, Victoria Frankenstein. And you know what? We love women in STEM. She is a baddie. She could get it. But also she's like, look, me and Frank, well, not Frankie, I guess, what is his name? Henry? Is that the monster's name? Like canonically? I can't remember. She's like, look, we've captured Dracula and we're gonna, you guys can watch as I bring him under my control. And then of course, like all hell breaks loose. He's like, haha, I'm escaping. And all of the monsters are free now. So then it's like, there's the mummy, and then there's ghosts. And then there's like the Wolfman. And then the Wolfman and Frankenstein get in a fight because they like don't get along or whatever. Anyway, it was really cool. And the monster world is super cool because it's like all dark and mysterious. And I got a really cute necklace that has it. Frankenstein's monster is like my favorite monster, so I was really excited about it. It's like a choker necklace that's like, the band is clear. It's not like super clear, but it's clear-ish. And it's got bolts on the side, so it looks like you have little bolts coming out your neck like Frankenstein. It's cool. And we had some good food and good drinks, and it was a really, really great trip, but I was very tired. Which I always feel stupid. Like, there's like those people that are like, you need a vacation from your vacation. But I was like, I don't really need a vacation from my vacation. Like, I was having an excellent time. I just like physically was deteriorating. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, you know? Or of Dracula and the Wolf. Those are excellent tattoos. Hell yeah. They had their merch game was like top tier. They had like such cool shit at Universal. I was actually kind of blown away. And oh my God, they had like these really cute plushies of Frankenstein and the Bride. And I was like, oh my God, I want one so bad. Ooh, the one with, fuck, what's her name? Is it Lily Rose Depp? Is it that one? Like the one that came out, was it last year? The one where Count Orlok is like really decrepit, which I guess he's supposed to be. I liked that movie. It was a good movie. Okay, yeah. It's a good movie. I enjoyed it. I think it was like actually gothic. I feel like sometimes people are like, it's a gothic film, and it's like not really a gothic film. That one feels like a real gothic film. It creeped me out at points. Want to watch party? We could consider that. I should watch it again. I also want to watch the new Frankenstein again with oh my God, I'm so bad with names. I can see their faces so clearly. Mia Goth and Jacob Elordi. The GDT, Guillermo del Toro, which I said that poorly. That Frankenstein, that's a good one. I'm babbling. Okay, I'm gonna get in the game now. Thank you for getting that shout out to Dandy Judge. I'm gonna see if I can do it might be too soon. Twitch is like very persnickety. Okay, yay. Yeah. All right, I'm getting in now. As much as these vibes are great.
Everything all right back there?
I think so. Hi, Drake. All right, I'm back to oh God, you're here. I was facing away the whole time, so I didn't see you. Hello.
Are you sure about that?
Mostly, I think I'm sure. I hope. I'm inviting you to a party, but please do not feel obligated if you want to go do your things. But I'm glad you were able to get on Ether.
Bree, well met.
Oh! Oh my god! Oh shit! Well... Ah, fuck it. I'll have to show it next time. So I ordered something. I told some of y'all about this. The ones that knew already knew, but I made a purchase. I made a purchase one night when I was feeling really bad, and I said I need a little treat because life is hard and I deserve a little something nice. And I was not making good decisions, so anyway, I got an Estidian body pillow. I couldn't help it. I had to get one. And I deserve a treat. I deserve to have nice things, damn it. And sometimes that means getting pillows with your husband, your anime husband on it. So yeah. And it arrived a couple days ago. And it was nice. I snuggled. Anyway, I've never owned a body pillow. Not like this, at least. I've owned like long pillows, like those you know, like king size beds have like longer pillows. Those kind of pillows. I've had those before, but I've never had like a real like 6 foot tall body pillow. And I also never had one that's like an actual like fandom thing. So this is a new experience for me. So I'm branching out. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to examine you. I'm trying to... I can't press buttons. Dandy, look at you in your cute outfit. Your cute witchy outfit. I love it. And how fitting. You've got little Nosferatu here too. As we were talking about. The vamps. Are you trying to fight? Are you trying to fight Kona? Why fight Kona? Oh, how do you guys feel about this headband that I wanted feathers in my hair, and this one felt like safe-ish. It's the Revel Keepers, but I could take it off if it looks bad. I also wanted to put my outfit back on. I guess I'm playing monk because my other outfits, my glams are not. This feels, you know, we're in the jungle doing stuff on Tyrol. Kona's a nerd. He is a nerd, but we love it. Is Kona shorter than me? Oh no, he's like, wait, we're kind of on a slant. If I stand like here-ish. No, he's just barely taller than me. Just barely. We like Kona. All right, so we were doing a cooking challenge, right? Wait, your upgrade? Judge, what's your upgrade? Let me get this story mission. Oh God, you're gonna, don't hit the, you've melded into the cat. Poor nerd. Upgrade to, the little, the little voice insert thing where you can put like a recording in there. Oh my God. Okay, fine. I'll stop talking about the pillow. I'm sorry. It's just the the sound redeem reminded me. Okay, I'm gonna stop babbling now. We were doing a cooking contest, and I think last time we left off. Wait, what? Wait, question about the.
Well met.
Son of a bitch. I'm sorry. I'm catching up. I'm not focused today. I've been like really distracted today. Has the pillow stepped up on my balcony yet? No. But you know what I realized? the fucking Magic the Gathering card. I don't know why it took me this long to notice this, but there's like that alternate art where he's wearing the shirt and the pants and those boots that he wears when he does talk to you in the inn room. And these motherfuckers drew him stepping on the balcony. And I was like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? That's not fair. Don't do that. Just draw him in the room. That's all you gotta do. And then I noticed the railing. I'm like, he's gonna leave. He's gonna leave again. All right. Oh, I get a gift. I forgot what voice I gave him. I feel like it was pretty generic, but whatever. Ukevu has given us valuable insight into the origins of Shibuya people. Oh God, no! Crashing the car into Koda. Koda, are you okay? However, we're still no closer to procuring the necessary Najul leaves, unless... The gift is an in-game body pillow, Vestinian? Well... That's gonna have to go in my room. Go next to my portrait of him. And my little mini tabletop thing. Tell me, was that historic feast commemorated in some fashion? With a monument, for instance? Oh God, what voice did I give Ukevu? Indeed it was! Allow me to show you. I'm catching up! I'm catching up! Not far. Luckily. Oh. Are these just hanging out here? Purple blurb. Here it is! Offered up by the two factions, these weapons symbolize their vow that they would never again raise arms against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, I thought it only logical that a monument like this might steer us true, especially one at the heart of so significant a battlefield. Lamachi, Katharina, would you help me search this area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing. Look here. This soil has been recently overturned. Ooh, someone buried a box. Well, I would have been satisfied to find only a hint, but here they are, fresh Najul leaves. Umuruk's doing, I'd wager. There's a poetry in hiding them on this battlefield, given that it was central to the war they helped end. Ha! So he planned all this from the start. Thank you again, Ukevu. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was my honor to render assistance. And with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well, Third Promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance in the Feat of Reeds, I've been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. All devised solutions to the Hanu's ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive Ihihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tuliyolal than what they hold dear. Would you again require the historical musings of an old shipwright? I'm ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Ikbrax. think Kona's a good second. Obviously, my vote's on Wook, but I'm gonna go ahead and teleport. Oh god, is there a hunt train going on? Kona's still, you know, he's got his heart in the right place, I guess. Everyone else kind of sucks in the challenge. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. You got credit? Oh my god. Well, yay, I guess. Congrats. How did everyone fare? We got the nodule leaves. Wukevu came along and helped us find them. Wukevu was here. I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. I hope I get to go to the other side of the map. The one that was blocked by the boulder. That Galul Zhao Zhao brought an end to centuries of warfare surprises me little. But to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old man to find the oddest of solutions. But how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Urianger and I made another tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need, with no mention of what we needed them for, of course. And I'm pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest had on offer. Sounds like the boulder is scared, Judge. Spoken like a true expert. Erenvel and I found our Ibruk, so we should have meat plenty.
The boulder's over his conflicted feelings, and now he's ready to bury you in a rock ash.
Hell yeah! Thank you for completing the line. It was a spirited creature, so much so that its hunter fell down a cenote trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? Damn, Erenvel put her... he sold her out so quickly. I picked a good portion of local herbs with particular attention to the seeds that yield Akiote. I'm told our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. Through further inquiry, did I determine the ideal balance of spices. And all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts. I can hardly claim profound skill, but I have cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. I'm literally a culinarian? Okay, yeah. And you, I hope, as I recall, you're an accomplished culinarian. Yeah, I'm a level 100 culinarian. Oh, my mouth is watering already. Without further delay, then. I know, I'm kind of hungry too. I might... I kind of want to order something because I'm... It's like, obviously I can still stream it. I don't have to go out and cook something, but also... Although I'm definitely going to cook tomorrow. Choices.
Oh, it smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
Be quiet, Buckle Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Hell yeah, girly, tell him.
Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
She was literally like, don't care, didn't ask.
It's ready.
Oh, it looks so good. I'm hungry.
Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing.
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then.
It's so tiny in his hands.
In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Pibil admirably.
Yay, we did it.
Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoktel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you. All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment.
Oh, shut up. No one cares.
Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
I bet it sucks. Wait a minute. Did they poison it? Oh my god, wait. I swear to god if this is poisoned. I'm gonna delete their kneecaps. Oh.
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated and spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
Yeah.
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Ugh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Rude as hell.
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
Ha! Get wrecked.
This was stupid anyway.
Uh-oh.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
This is delicious! The brook's so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the Najul leaf rounds out these spices is sublime.
I'm so hungry.
This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
I kind of like that she's showboating a little bit right now. I think she deserves it.
Choke on your harmony.
Come, come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
You don't have to tell me twice.
I'm a little sad that Graha isn't here. I bet he would love Pipiel.
Alice, please. You've got real culinary talent. If you ever tire of adventuring, you can always be my personal chef.
Aw, thanks. Wish I could cook that well in real life.
Palatable enough, I suppose.
Kona, my guy. Palatable enough. Dude, you're too Archon loaf-coated. Or pilled, or whatever the fuck the phrase is.
The feat of repast. I present these keystones.
Yay!
Only one feet left.
Ooh, a piece of candy.
Well, I should get going then. I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important.
Uh-oh. What?
Was there any Shipbrook people left? I could really use another helping.
Aw. That was so good! I'm already looking forward to having Shipbrook Pibil again. Alright, that settles it. I'm gonna order Taco Bell. I'm gonna do it right fucking now. I'm so hungry! I'm so fucking hungry. Hold on, y'all. Let me just real quick. I need food.
I'm about to go down to Taco Bell and get me a Baja Blast.
Wow. Hell yeah. Okay. Anyway, Liv Moss. Here, Katerina, Kryl made more using leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now that the feat of repast is over, the villagers should be free to offer it to us, right?
Oh, Taco Bell. Product placement with Taco Bell. Incharito, macho burrito.
Wait a minute. Why did that that voice sounded like the that voice sounded like the mage lizard guy, the one that's with oh my god. I can't remember their names. I'm so bad with names. I need to work on that. But like the one that was like preposterous. That's what it sounded like, the same voice. I wonder. I mean it's totally, you know what? I think it's possible. But anyway, I got some Gibruk Pavil. I did it. New wares are available. Okay, sweet, awesome. Oh, and I have some side quests, but I'm not gonna get distracted. I'm gonna continue on. Seeing as now we face the penultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamuk and undertake the feat of the Brotherhood without delay. Wise, yes, but impossible. The Tinbek Traverse, which connects the upper forest to the Jatika heartland, is still impassable. Is that the boulders? Is there the route? I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway, though, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. And let us each use this time as we see fit. I, for one, would like to explore the village's surrounds, if Erenvel would oblige me with a tour. Very well. I have no other engagements. Then I will come with you, if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in our delay, it does afford me an opportunity to look into my grandfather's purported visit to Yaktel. Oh, that's right! Mabu did say something about a foreign mage coming through here decades back, didn't she? I'll come with you. Want to join us, Katerina? Let us reconvene here after our respective diversions. Surreal Jaw, thank you. Yes. I will hopefully remember. Yes, Uncommon, you got my reference. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at a market in Yaktel some 20 years ago. Any who might reliably remember him must therefore be at least middle-aged. Let us make inquiries where we can. Oh, I did not I did not think that was gonna be a cenote. My bad. Hello, grizzled villager. Yeah, that was the pun, because that was a pun since our missions right now are, or we're performing feats to like prove ourselves to our dad that we're capable of ruling the land and whatnot. A foreign mage 20 years ago? Yes, I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those traveling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall. I only saw him in passing, mind. If anyone were to know more, I'd wager it would be on Muruk. He was already Jabrak Rock then. A baby girl? It couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information is very helpful. I guess I could have stuck to the path there. Garden of the Stars.
Hello again. Do you require assistance?
Foreign mage passed through Ikbrox roughly oh my god. I can read! Ikbrox roughly 20 years ago. Possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember it? Him?
Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you?
He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here.
Your grandfather?
Not by blood, but he is family nonetheless.
A foreign mage did indeed visit Ibrak, Master Galuf.
But who's the baby?
So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied. More than that, however, I cannot say.
Why not?
I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding.
Very well, I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. They say the Yakhoi once dwelled in these forests. Where was that exactly?
General curiosity indeed. But yes, before they withdrew to Urkopacha some 5 centuries ago, the Yakhoi claimed Yakhtel as their own. Many of their architectural remains can be found in the lower forests, the Jatika heartland.
And that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you, that answers much and more.
I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that, though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the Third Promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers to your questions. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Katarina. May I request a moment of your company?
Okay. Go on, we'll wait for you. Okay. What's this about?
Thank you for obliging me. First, let us head to the cenote behind this village.
The one I accidentally fell in because I didn't realize it was a cenote. Ooh. Oh, this one. This is a different one. Gosh, this chair's so squeaky.
It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mistress Kryle's plea has softened my resolve. As the leader of our community, I am gladdened to see that the Third Promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? Is that so? It seems the rite has been a source of great learning and growth for Wuk-Lamat. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Wait a minute! Wait a minute!
Wait, that's the wrong face. This one.
Wow! Wait a minute!
Is he about to say that he's dad? Is he dad? Oh.
Girls are rarely born amongst the Jabral. So when she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when I first held her, and pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. Oh, that's worse. Okay, I thought, oh my god. "3 years old. An accident, it was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed."
Oh my god. I just got chills up and down my body. That's awful.
Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the Jatika heartland, towards Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the Mamulja and Jabral had learned to live in peace. But who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child who would one day lead her people, the criminal sought to undermine the future of the Jabral. I was determined not to let them succeed, and so I let the memory of my daughter die in that cenote, and gave her into the care of the one person I knew who could protect her.
Wait a minute. I'm going on a journey here. She survived. And it is Wook. Oh my god. I really thought. Damn. Jesus. Ah! Okay.
Dawn servant Galul Jaja.
No! I'm just trying to... I hit the wrong button. I ruined the moment. I'm sorry.
Though she was born to lead the Jabral, fate had a greater plan for Wook Lamar.
Oh my god, he has the same color hair as her. That should have tipped me off. I can't believe I didn't even notice. Oh my god.
Only the Dawn servant and I know the truth, but I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then rancor towards the Jabral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. And so I ask you, not as the Dawn servant's elector, but as a father, to watch over the third promise. Defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in shadow. Will you do this for me? Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Also sorry, PBL gives me gas. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliyola, but a concerned father.
She has 2 dads that love her. Also, someone tried to drown her. Ah! Oh my god, she's... She, like, doesn't even know how tragic her backstory is. Like, she thinks she has one tragic backstory, but it's actually so much sadder. But she's so bright and positive. Wook Lamont, they could never make me hate you.
You're my dad.
Woogie, woogie, woogie. You're my dad. One of my favorite vines. Oh, God, I miss Vine.
Suffice it to say, this conversation must remain between us. But pray, breathe not a word of this to anyone.
You better not. Bitch. Bitch, you better not. Bitch, you better not. Damn it.
Taking a stand. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself, but please do not keep the third promise waiting.
You going for a spin? Just floating? All right. Oh. Oh, it's instanced. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to leave the party. Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay! Oh, okay! Upon speaking with Wuklamot, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time. Damn! Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, I can do this. You're back! So what did Hunmu Rook want? Oh god! Secret, it's a secret. I can't tell you. It's alright, you don't have to say. More importantly, the Chinbek Traverse still isn't clear yet. Something about even more rocks. Then I think I'll take the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing for it has worn me out. A nap does sound tempting.
A moment, promise.
Uh-oh. No, don't you dare. Bitch, don't you dare. 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 You're one of Bakul Jaja's. What do you want?
Bitch, you better not. Bitch, you better not.
I've come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but know that it would be most unwise.
And why's that?
I'm sure your assaulted friend has an idea. What do you think?
I think I'm gonna delete your fucking kneecaps. I think I'm gonna bust your teeth out and then feed them back to you, one by one.
And they say house cats don't come when called. Follow me, promise.
I really need these people to stop asking this cat woman, separate cat woman than I, to keep following them. Because every single time she does, some buffoonery happens. And I've had it up to here. Also, he's farting all over the place.
And just how far do you plan on taking this?
Oh, God. This is gonna be... I know this is gonna be bad. Oh my God, he's so gassy! No!
Rook!
Dad! Dad!
Bakul Jaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you deal with me and me alone.
What an
Leave
asshole.
the Elector out of this.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Don't you dare! No! Oh, you assholes!
Take a good look at him. Go on. Look. Sure, you recognize your
This is not the You're My Dad reunion that we were hoping for. Fuck you, Bakul Jaja. She wasn't ready for that.
Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted Sellsworth. She heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
Is it true? Is Humuruk my...
Oh, sweet baby. Okay, you have to understand though.
Your silence says it all.
Oh no, she's mad at me! No! Now she's mad! I'm gonna
now
fucking
that you
kill these
understand
guys.
the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them.
I am gonna
Just
fucking...
you and me.
Every toe claw that you have, I'm gonna rip it out one by one, and then I'm gonna stab you with them. And then I'm gonna break your fingers off, and then I'm gonna stab you with those. And then I'm gonna make you write a strongly worded apology. No, like I'll come up with a punishment. I ain't done thinking yet. I'm so mad I can't think.
If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
Oh, he's an asshole. What are y'all smiling about? You're next.
You despicable, heartless fiend. Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages. Come on then. You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight.
Good girl.
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking.
Was that supposed to be a pun? You don't get a pun. Fuck you, Bakul Jaja.
Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue.
Every last one of yous, I'm gonna get ya.
By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa Dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him.
You got this, girlie.
Well, what are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Kick his ass! Oh, ooh! Don't worry, the scary adventurer won't try anything funny. Oh, I love how sassy that is.
Foreign scum! Who are you to mock me?
I'm a house cat. Didn't you notice? I'd like to see you try.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum. I'm all out of gum.
Promise to shreds.
I'm all out of gum. Before I fight, take a look around the arena. Okay. I love secrets. Cat's like, all right, I'm out.
Eyes on me. The house cat, remember?
I needed some warrior practice.
I'll say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people.
Ooh. Okay. Whoa. They get her like a. Damn. I almost wish they had done this with like the other times that you played as different characters. I know it was probably only a thought now, but like, man, that would have been... Through skillful combat, Wuklamot will gain the resolve she needs to unleash powerful limit breaks. Okay, okay. Too much main character energy? I guess. Well, this makes sense though. Not only do these attacks deal great damage, they will recover HP. Use them early and often to emerge victorious. Oh damn, okay. Oh, she's got different moves. That makes sense too, because it's not just like warrior light or whatever. Look at Kat, she's so proud. Wait, oh my god. Hold on, I'm taking a picture because I can. Look at her! She's so pretty. What else can I look at? Are his cronies around here somewhere? All right, let's see. Run of Ronique, break of... These are kind of the same. Kind of the same as... Oh, it's been a second since I played as a warrior, though. Ooh, okay. He was just chilling in this. Nice. I love that, Markle. All right. Oh man, it's really been a minute. Let's hope I remember.
Come, you mangy house cat, so I can rip you to pieces.
Yeah, that looks like an AoE. Ooh, girly pop.
I'll cut you to shreds.
Ooh, no. Oh, that's the gap closer. Okay. I should have. All right, well.
My magic should be more than enough for Miss Needles.
I'll make you eat dirt.
Oh, this is not good, not good. Where's your resolve?
No more tricks, Bakuchaja. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior.
Oh, fuck this. Oh, fuck this. I guess I'm not able to yet.
Miss Needles is no longer abusing you.
There we go. Oh, no!
This rite has taught you so much. About my nation, my people, and myself.
Oh god, why are these green? Ooh! Fuck! Okay, man, clearly I should have done like a warm-up or something. I am beefing it right now.
How do you like this? Kitty.
Oh, I don't like that. Why did I, that's not the right move?
understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
Irritating pest! It's time we finish her, brother. This is the end for you, kitten!
Oh, that's rude as fuck. Bitch, you thought.
Not enough to claim the title of Dawn Servant. I must carry on Papa's legacy. His love for our people.
Yeah, girlie, you got it. Cat's still just chilling over there. Look at her, looking all cool. Oh, I don't like that.
Fine. I'll show
Oh,
you
fuck
the
that!
power of the blessed.
Uh-oh. Yep. I had a feeling this was gonna happen!
I will be the next Dawn Servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last!
Hell yeah, good job.
That's when there's no way I'll ever lose to the light of you!
Cat's just watching this happen, which is kind of insane.
I can't stand it anymore.
Attack! Yeah, figured this was gonna happen. I was like, there's gotta be like an AoE situation happening at some point, because
This is our fight. Stay out of it. You bring shame upon us. You think we care about your stupid pride? This is for Mamuk! We cannot lose!
Oh, the great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see. Send your whole army, you still won't win.
oh, ooh, that was not good.
Prove that my allies are right to believe in me.
Such confidence. Changed. She wasn't like this before.
Yeah, the power of friendship gave me confidence. I like that the Dawnlit Conviction looks exactly like, oh, fuck. It's not Braver, it's the other one. The multi-slash. Yeah, I'm getting my fucking Jolly Ranchers back. The ones I earned that you stole, you asshole.
I
He's
reclaim what you stole.
No. How can this be?
Because you're not pure of heart, my guy.
How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks. Threatening the Hanuhanu, Releasing Valyarmanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
Hell yeah.
No.
Hi, Zero. Yeah. I'm a what the fuck? Pots? Hey, what?
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
Beach bikini. I was trying not to. I wasn't trying. I mean, it is a bikini top. I can't lie, but I was trying not to. I just didn't have another top that like was cool enough to go with these like tattoo arm things that I got. Nightmares of Link's visit. Jesus.
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over.
Yeah, that's right.
We'll release the hostage.
You better. Dad. Cat Dad.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you all right? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me...
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Gulul Jaja's daughter, and Tulihyolal's next Dawn servant.
This makes me miss my dad. He's alive. For the record, my dad's fine. I just miss him. I'm feeling like a little, I don't know, it's wholesome, I guess. I just realized how that sounded after. Oh man, I'm so sorry. He's fine. I'm just emotional. I'm just sappy. It's the daddy-daughter feels, you know? We love supportive girl dads. Damn, it's really raining. I'm so hungry. My food is like taking a minute. Where is it? I need food, please. Oh, okay. They had other stops. That makes sense. Anyway. Seems we were last to return. I'm glad that everyone made it back safely. Thank you for having faith in me. Keeping out of the fight even when it got dirty couldn't have been easy for you. Oh, thank you, Drake. That was cute. But Bakul Jaja won't be the last person to threaten those I care about. I wanted to prove to myself that I can stand up to such villains, even when I stand alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for your help when I need it, of course. I know better than that now. Earlier in the Second Promises camp. The gasp. Kona? I'm glad that we're also getting his journey. I like that he's, the cast is really,
The passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover.
I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm sorry. I was just taken in the scene. Oh, the cast. I was glad that the cast is, like, growing and we're getting everybody's little vignette.
Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Bibil?
So, thou hast taken a liking to the dish.
It was their stomach gasp. I like this boys trip that's happening though, on his side.
As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities.
Wait, I liked that little
There is
cat
no
boy
shame
smirk
in
that
this.
they. That's like that's almost like a new facial animation, I think. Or it felt new, even if it was like already. That was good. That was good. I liked I like noticing the growth of everything as the game goes on.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tudi Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I failed to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity.
The shit is hitting. I gotta say, the shit hitting.
Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant?
This is really sweet.
You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time, they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Also, fuck yeah, on like the lesson to dispense with like toxic masculinity and stuff. Like, feeling your feelings, it like makes you vulnerable, but it brings you closer to. This is really good. This is good shit.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self so much.
I can't wait to meet Kona in a different way. That was so sweet. Oh my God, Judge! What the fuck? What are you... Judge, why? Why? What for? What? Why? Into the Traverse.
So what's the state of the Chinbeck Traverse?
Still being cleared, I assume. Mukruk said he would notify us as soon as work was done.
Then perhaps now would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Wuklamot's stolen keystone? Next feat will be our last, after all.
The ghost of Asahi must have... Jesus. Oh, I already got it back.
What? When?
Not to mention how. This is Bakul Jaja we're talking about. Oh, I fucking kicked his ass. I absolutely decimated him. And all of his jabronis. His Jaja bronies.
So I taught him a lesson and took my keystone back. You bested Bakul Jaja in single combat. Bravo. What can I say? I've had good friends to encourage and cheer me on.
There you are. Our excavators have contacted me with news of their success. The Tinbeck Traverse is now safe for travel.
Then we finally can make for Mamuk.
Come to think of it, isn't it Bakul Jaja's home? We can only hope its residents don't share his winning personality.
If it is indeed the city where Ket and Rom first met the Dawn Servant, surely some civility awaits us. I would not be so certain. It is true that the Dawn Servant received Ket and Rom in Mamuk and was instrumental in the establishment of friendly relations between the Jabral and Mamulja. But since that time, most of the Mamulja who supported his peace have left their city in favor of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamuk, and while these traditionalists do not take up arms against us, neither do they bear great love for outsiders.
Whatever they're like, the people of Mamuk are also of Tuliyolal. If I'm to be Dawn Servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way then. I'm glad I could learn about where I came from, and eat so much Jabruk Pabil besides. Thank you for everything, Hunmoruk. Till next time, take care.
First, we make our way across the Jopret Cinderfield, due southeast.
Let's go!
Proud dad?
How you've grown indeed.
Proud dad.
Come on, vámonos.
Everybody, let's go!
Come on, let's get to it. I know that we can do it. Where are we going?
To Mamuk, I think. Aiming high. I will grab that at some other point. But I guess Oh god, well I'm running straight into a wall is what I'm doing because I was looking at the map. Oh my god, okay. Yeah. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to unmute that. I thought it was already unmuted. Or, whatever. I needed to mute them out. Music. That's what I was trying to do. Wow, there really is a cenote right there. Nyom! So fast. I'm a slow little ground baby. Was that like a little tiny bit of...
This better be pretty freaking important. Is the meadow on fire?
No, Charlie. You found a map to Candy Mountain.
Candy Mountain, Charlie! I was gonna say, there was like a tiny little bit of the music that sounded like the, like Genova. The Genova theme. The traverse will bring us straight into the Jatika heartland. Remember how you insisted this forest is green? What the fuck does that mean? My food is here! Wait, okay, hold on. I'm gonna get there, and then I'm gonna pause real quick to go get my food, and then I'll come back. Whee! My ankles! God damn it, they're still up there. They're really gonna make me...
Sink it. It did? Yeah, man.
Thank you for my benediction. Hi, Kryl.
This path is quite steep, isn't it? Let us take our time and descend safely.
Let us take our time and descend safely after I just yeeted myself off the edge and broke my ankles. Damn, maybe I should have come that way first.
I just ordered Taco Bell on DoorDash. But when I opened the bag, they forgot my chalupa. Oh, no!
Not the chalupa. Okay, I'm gonna go get my food real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, thank you, Bree. I wasn't brave enough.
Oh, thank you. I will always accept a nut.
That's okay.
Oh my god. I was ready to walk out into the brave new world. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. So wait, can I fly now? Yeah. Oh. No, I can't. Thenos is like not entertained at all. No! What? No! No! No!
Should our familiarity cause you distress?
We
I
killed
beg
him!
for forgiveness.
No! What? the worst.
Oh, a dagger through my heart, that my deepest desire should forever remain unfulfilled.
How
to
is he
live
worse?
unrecognized, to die forgotten. Oh.
How is he worse than he was before? I didn't think that was possible.
Whatever this flesh may have been before, it serves only as a vessel.
Coconuts. Coconuts. I've got lovely bunch of coconuts.
I'm gonna die. Wait, is this is a mirage, isn't it? It's a mirage. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god! No! Help! Oh fuck! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh god! Oh no! Oh, I got brutalized. Oh my god. These fucking tumbleweeds, I swear to god. Oh my god, I'm so fucked. They're not gonna find me. They're not gonna fucking find me. Oh, hello. Oh ho.
Dolls?
No! Ah! No! Oh my god, no, I hate it! I hate it so much! No, the music! I hate it! I recognize it! I hate it so much! No! 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 It's not updating. I'm trying to put the thing in the stuff in the place! What? Words? I'm panicking. Run that back.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the Will of the Star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well.
I think I decided my tattoo. See, this is why I waited. This is why I waited. I think I've decided my tattoo.
While I have remained hidden, it has become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope.
Yeah. Oh, Judge, I know, it's so late. You're probably so exhausted. I'm so sorry.
The battle is concluded. Alpha Group is victorious.
Oh my god. It's so, I so understand if you want to go to bed. Like, I truly, truly understand if you want to go to bed. Yeah, time to fuel up with that Mountain Dew, TM. These really are Gremlin hours. I'm shocked I'm awake. I can't believe I'm here again. I said, I'm not gonna do raids until 3 a.m. And here I am, doing raids until 3 a.m. I don't want to kick the squirrel. That feels...
Do it, kick it.
I don't want to kick it.
Just kick it and see what happens.
Okay. Why are you pressing buttons on the keyboard as if it's gonna do something?
I thought it would.
It's not.
Well, I can't have shit. Okay.
Oh no.
We win. So we kick the squirrel and what happens?
Good night, friends. It was fun. And remember,
You saved me before. Now it's my turn.
I'm trying so hard not to just kiss, 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 kiss. But wait, who was saying that? Okay.
Aw, worried about little old me?
That's right. Worried.
Come on. Sorry.
Is it just a little guy? Oh, really? It's just a little guy. I'm gonna walk up to him and he's gonna be like, oh, good job for getting down here. You did so great. You're amazing. Truly, your powers are gonna happen. I'm gonna... If it's a behemoth, I'm fucking leaving. Like, I can't.
I'm back.
I'm fucking out of here.
Why is one a clip, Judge? Which one? Also, sorry it took me so long. I was kind of scarfing down some of the food before I started back, but I'm here. I'm back. I see you guys are waiting for me at the entrance. Alfie's here. I spoke with one of the excavators on my way down. Apparently, but excuse me. Apparently, the clip of apologizing to you for being old and tired. I legitimately don't remember. Okay, so like, basically, my clips folder is just like clips that I've downloaded over the years. So like, if it's in there, it was probably made a clip at some point, and I downloaded it because I didn't have very many
Everything
clips.
all right back there?
But now, but now I actually have a lot more clips. So maybe I should get a little more particular. I might need to clean them out, but then I'm nostalgic about them. I don't know. That's probably why. Anyway, I spoke with one of the excavators on my way down. Apparently, Bakul Jaja cleared away the one fallen tree remaining by barreling through it. That Wuklamat single-handedly defeated someone possessed of such physical might is nothing short of remarkable. Still, we ought to proceed with caution. There's no telling what his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. True. But I'm glad I can finally go in here. Because I was so mad that I wasn't able to access this area. It felt very unfair that they just put a rock in the way. Ernvillen said this traverse was dug to facilitate incursions into the forest above. Intentions notwithstanding, you have to admire the dedication. Spooky cave. Spooky scary. Can I jump in the water down there? I don't want to. I don't think I can because it did block me on the wall.
It's not just a boulder.
It's a rock.
A rock. A rock.
Ooh. Alluring, isn't it? In more ways than one. Take my paring stone and hold it close to the glowing rock. Hello, glowing rock. Paring stone? As you hold the paring stone in the soft glow, it affixes itself to the boulder with surprising... Oh, they're magnetic. Okay. Paring stones are natural magnets, and that's a meteorite filled with iron. One of many remnants of an ancient meteor shower. The oh my god. I can read, I swear. The heterogeneous ether they emit causes surrounding flora to glow unique hues, as you can see. My goodness. Please be voice acting so I can eat some bites. Fuck! Okay. It's fine.
So these glowing boulders came plummeting down from the heavens?
Not the rads! Not the rads hitting me.
Yggdrasil be merciful. There you are.
Oh. What is it, Cryle?
Blue. It's all blue.
Me when I started playing Sage.
A far cry from the upper forest, indeed. This place is already so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mamuk can tell us about it. Keep running. We're almost there.
Are there, I'm guessing there's some, yeah. We got some other carpets. Well, I guess I should probably, oh, okay. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. I've attuned. As this is also my first time visiting Mamuk, I have no experience interacting with the locals. But given Hunmuruk's parting words, I would advise a cautionary approach.
Well, we all know what comes next. Let's find that elector.
2 streets seem to converge upon this plaza, so I propose we split our numbers between them. Given Humuruk's guidance, I also suggest that we err on the side of caution and move throughout the city in pairs. Erenville can come with me, and Alice can go with Kryl. That leaves Katarina to accompany Wuklamar. If these arrangements are to everyone's satisfaction, then may our respective searches prove fruitful.
Okay.
Huh. What is this? It looks like a game, like a little, oh. Aww. Aww. Thank you. Delicious chocolate. A heart-shaped morsel. Those adventurers allergic to normal chocolate can rest at ease, for this silky smooth confectionery does not actually contain any kukuru powder. That's cute. Thank you, Judge. Happy Valentine's. Wait, I was in the middle of southeast. This is a building. I feel like it's really close. Can I see it from here? Okay, I'm kind of shocked that I can't see it yet. It's gonna be behind the plant, isn't it? Oh, they're so... Oh, plant and a rock. Wow. They really are forcing you to explore.
Chocolate. I remember when they first invented chocolate. Sweet, sweet chocolate.
Sweet chocolate.
I always hated it.
And that's why your daughter hates you. Huh, old lady.
What? What is he selling? Chocolate! They're selling chocolate!
It's pretty neat here. Oh, it was just like a random fish lady. It's just they didn't seem to like each other. As you begin to speak, the man abruptly turns and leaves. Okay. Your words may as well be ambient noise for all the care this citizen pays you. Okay. Is there like a password or something?
Please tell me you've had better luck.
Nope.
No one will talk to you either? I was prepared for hard stares and harsh words, but this is something else. That building there looks like a shop, doesn't it? Let's go and take a look. A merchant wouldn't ignore us, surely.
I mean, we'll see.
Hello there. We'd like to ask you something if you don't mind.
Move along, outsiders.
We're just trying to find someone. The Dawn servants, Elector. Could you tell us where they are?
What a dick! Come on! Oh my god! What the? What? Oh my god! I guess it. Wait. Aspect, no. Drake the rapper. The one, you know how when Kendrick Lamar.
Go away or I shall taunt you a second time.
A second time.
Drake from like Kendrick Lamar's Say Drake. I heard you like him young. That one. That Drake. The creep. I'm sorry, no, Drake, you're a different Drake.
Everyone, can you hear me? Come to the massive stone structure on the west side of the city, as quickly as you can.
That's not good.
Up there.
Uh-oh.
Bested by a mere shade.
Oh, damn. Oh, this is... All right. Oh, this is getting a little bit, dicey.
Sorolcha? Papa?
Not as you know him. What you see is an arcane manifestation of the Dawn Servant as he was in his prime.
The channeler is Zerelja.
That's weird.
Autarch of Mamuk and Elector for the feet of the Brotherhood.
He did get humbled.
Tuli Yolal's mightiest warrior. Yet wisest you are not. You who spurned your retainer's aid when battling your betters.
To prove oneself superior to blessed siblings by surpassing the shade of Galul Jar Jar himself. That is the final feat. The first promise fought alone and fell short, but that is now the least of his concerns.
You could have let your foolishness end with your failure. But instead, you attempted to harm an anointed Alector. Soralja. As of this moment, you are no longer a claimant. I disqualify you from the right of succession.
Oh, damn!
Be gone from my sight.
Ooh, that's rough. Oh no, don't do that fucking advisor in the ear shit. I hate it.
This isn't over yet. I will be the one to reach the Golden City.
When Zoralcha was defeated, he tried to take the Keystone by force. But he was thwarted by Father Shade.
My dearest child, welcome home. This feat was made for you. Only blessed siblings could hope to defeat Gulul Jaja. But ere we begin, I would see the fruits of your triumphs. Come, show me your tablets.
Oh, this is about to get real awkward.
What is this? Where are your keystones? Explain yourself, boy! No matter. Not all can be expected to go to plan. What keystones you lack, you can easily take.
Okay, yeah, so about that.
I tried. But I couldn't. I cannot beat her.
You mean to tell me that you, glory of Mamuk, for whom all here have sacrificed, were defeated by your inferiors?
Well, maybe they weren't actually inferior. Did you ever fucking think about that, dude?
You are as useless as your siblings. A failure.
Whoa! 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 We don't need to go there. Only I'm allowed to shit talk him.
Leave and never return! You have no place here!
Oh my god.
Brother.
Was that a whimper out of his mouth? You cannot make me feel sorry for this dude. He's such an asshole. Well, I mean, okay. He's probably raised to be an asshole. But you know what? Still! What the... Dude! Dude!
Worthless! Pathetic! This was our chance to claim sovereignty, and he ruins it!
Okay, yeah. So we're all here and we're hearing this. So now we're definitely not gonna let you. And we weren't gonna let you before. But also, that's fucked up. Oh no.
But when these stragglers fail, Gulul Jaja will be forced to extend his rule. And in the next rite of succession, we will present a better claimant. So come, stand before me, and fall.
We fall.
I won't do your trial.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Explain.
You intend to forfeit the right?
Papa wants his successor to intimately understand the country he loves. Every step of my journey, I've learned something about our peoples and their cultures. I would do the same here in Mamuk. The Mamulja deserve nothing less, so your battle can wait.
I'm of the same mind. Father named you an elector for a reason. There must be something that he would have us learn.
Do as you will. But until you triumph over the Shade, you shall proceed no further.
Little do you know, I've already beaten the real one, so...
Promise. I would speak with you. Meet me on the western outskirts.
Alrighty then. Alright. The electors we've met thus far have all had their had all had their peculiarities, but each we felt we would judge claimants equally. This Surreal Jaw, however, seems set in his belief that only blessed siblings are worthy of the throne. Why would the John servant name an openly biased man elector? Worrying over Zuriel Jah won't get us anywhere. That lady, on the other hand, was the first person to address us with any civility since we arrived. We should go and meet her, hear what she has to say. The western outskirts, right? Let's do it.
Who y'all spending Valentine's Day with? Nobody. Yourself. Even worse. Me.
Aw, that makes me a little bit sad. Queso should... I think it would be nice to spend it with your friends. Sorry, I had a burp. Thank you for coming. My name is Milalja. Here we may talk freely, away from prying eyes. And what was it you wished to talk about? Tell me, what do you think of Mamuk? Well, we don't have much to say yet. No one wants to speak with us. All who remain in the city are devoted to the traditional ways. They believe that blessed siblings are superior, that only they are worthy to lead the peoples of this continent. Most would not deign to address outsiders, deeming them beneath notice.
Sounds like an ideal community so far as Bakul Jaja is concerned. I am tired, exhausted by this senselessness. There are others like me, but we dare not speak our truth aloud. Yet now we have an opportunity to reclaim our agency. For you have bested Bakul Jaja. You, a Jabral, inferior by all presumptions, triumphed over our two-headed champion. This time anyway. Next time I might not be so lucky. Bakul Jaja is just that strong. I seriously don't understand why he cheats so much. It seems to me he'd do better if he trusted his own abilities. He's desperate. Other blessed siblings have fallen before. Mullah Jaja of the Silver Scales, for one. He traveled across the salt in search of conquest, only to be overcome. But no matter how the individual may falter, the people still believe in Sorry. Still believe in blessed sibling supremacy. Because of my father. He who united Tyrell under one rule, who in their eyes stands as testament to the tradition's infallibility. Regardless of your father's virtuous intent, his greatest triumph has only fanned the flames of our people's obsession. However, as both his daughter and claimant to his legacy, your triumph could prove that Galul Jaja's true strength lies not in his birth, but in his character. And in so doing, you may give us the strength to renounce blessed siblings forever. I can understand wanting to forsake zealotry, but isn't forsaking two-headed Mamulja going a bit far? You must decide that for yourself, whether the price we pay is worth an empty dream. There is a place that will help you understand our plight. It lies far to the west of
My whole
you.
vibe just got ruined. Who was that? I was vibing.
Follow me. Yalms to the west.
Crazy.
My God, look at these leaves. They're so pretty. Look at how iridescent they are. Sparkly tree. Oh dear, somebody fighting. It's really beautiful.
Is that a meteorite up there?
Oh God. I forgot Arianvale's voice for a second. And judging by their attachment, that tree must benefit from the meteorite's unique ether. Anyway, we should press on. Milalja was anxious for us to see whatever it is she has to show us. Is it a biodome? I guess in a way it could be. crazy that it even rains here. I guess it's like a rainforest though. That never mind. Now I feel stupid for saying that. I was gonna say you'd think that the trees would be so dense that the rain wouldn't make it here, but rainforests exist. Blue morphos are one of my favorite butterflies, so I really like this.
A hunting camp, like as not. I'd love to talk to Mamulja hunters and learn about their ways, except they'd probably ignore me. The others have continued on. Let's catch up to them.
Whetstone. It's up here somewhere. I know it is. Is it uphill? It's gonna be up at the top of that thing. I should probably stop. Wrong one.
This is the place you wanted to show us? It lies just beyond this passage. Entry to these grounds is not permitted even to the devout. Nonetheless, I would reveal our secrets to you. Rest assured I shall take full responsibility. Come, see for yourself the truth of the blessed.
I shouldn't have looked down.
Honestly, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Oh my god, that's yikes.
The stone pier yonder. That is our destination.
We're gonna swim? Oh dear. It's very dark. It's very dark.
To erect it there would have been no small feat.
The work of Yakui hands built long, long ago. Our forebears merely altered the entrance.
Altered? To what end?
It will be quicker to show you. We have beasts that can carry us below.
What? Oh my god. What is it? Oh. Wait, what? It's like a deer, antelope, peacock thing. Like a mix of different interesting. Oh. Hey, bud.
A cool cha-cha.
What? Couldn't wait to laugh at the failure?
Oh, buddy. God damn it. Why? I don't know what it says about me as a person that I like. He's already warming back up to me. Like, What the fuck is wrong with me?
You've always come here to cry. Ever since you were little.
Oh. Oh, damn. That's really sad. That's really sad. Also, I don't think she should have said that in front of everybody. That's kind of embarrassing.
Mother.
Oh. Momther? Hello?
The third promise seeks to learn about Mamuk. She may be our chance to finally end what we have been powerless to stop. Talk with her. Tell her what we have done.
Fine. Perhaps it's only right that we be the ones to speak of it. Blessed as we are. Here. This vessel holds the remains of a two-headed Mabonja. An infant.
What? Why?
We converted the ruins into a cenotaph, so the souls of these children wouldn't return as vengeful spirits. Do you know how blessed siblings are made?
It's just a crossbreeding, right?
I've heard that they are born to Hubago and Bunawa parents.
But it's just like a crossbreeding, right?
Such unions between clans were originally arranged to stop infighting. The war against the Shibral was going poorly, and we needed to be united. Then, one day, a child was born. One blessed with two heads.
When this child grew old enough to lead our army, we became unstoppable. That taste of victory awakened our greed. Of the countless born, most die. Trapped in their shells.
Oh my God.
Only 1 in 100 survive. If we are blessed, it is only because we yet live. Unlike our brothers and sisters who were sacrificed for the glory of Mamuk.
That's horrible.
That's pretty bad.
Of course it's horrible. It's an atrocity we can never take back. Those children died so that we could live. So we had to succeed, no matter what. To fail would mean it was all for nothing. Nothing. But I did fail. I squandered their sacrifice.
Ooh! Ooh, though. Ooh, though. Ooh, though. Yeah, honestly. Yeah, don't use them as an excuse.
I should never have been born.
You're wrong. You didn't ask to be born as you are, and you aren't responsible for your siblings' deaths.
Exactly.
The people obsessed with blessed siblings are. They made their choices, but they don't make yours.
Damn it, Judge.
Since when do you let others push you around, Bakul Jaja? What do you want? Say it!
I want it to end. I don't want any more to die.
Then why do you keep doing shit that's gonna result in... Anyway.
Then you have my word. We'll put a stop to this madness.
Blessed siblings are revered by their supporters as a means to achieve dominance in Tural. If we understand why they harbor such aspirations in the first place, we would be better equipped to treat with them.
Indeed. I just hope they will be open to discourse.
That is a tall order. Don't ask me how I know.
Take me with you. Those fanatics treat my words as gospel.
No. There will be trouble if your father finds out you're still here. Moshu Tural Zush. There we will gather the people and ask anything the Third Promise wishes to know.
These peacock, ostrich, chocobo, antelope thingies sure are farty.
Then take one of my scales. One that blends the Hubico and Bunewa coloring. It'll serve as proof that you have our trust. People will do as you say if you show it to them. I'm sorry for what I've said and done. I don't expect your forgiveness.
Good, you shouldn't.
You had your reasons. I'm glad I could know them. Which is to say, you're not a complete alpaca's ass.
So, Wuklamad is good because she is giving the gift of forgiveness. Because it's not deserved, and he shouldn't expect it, but he's getting it anyway because of who she is as a person.
Thanks, Wuklama.
Well, maybe it's for the best. Hatred is exhausting, after all.
Oh, hell yeah it is.
Indeed. So let us make the most of our newfound friendship and bring together the people of Mamuk. We have much to discover.
And let's get out of this cave. These birds are really stinky. Stinky, stinky birds. Wait, I want one. Hey, Katarina, before we rejoin the others, can we talk for a moment? I really hated him, you know, Bakul Jaja, with every fiber of my being. He tried to ruin Ihihana, sabotaged us on the river, kidnapped me from my keystone, and released the most vicious Tural Vidral of all time. Anything he could do to cause us pain, he did. Never in a million years would I forgive him. But the moment I understood why he did what he did, the pain he's been carrying this whole time, all my anger just evaporated. Does his pain justify his actions in your eyes? You know what? I'm gonna ask her. I am gonna ask her. I hear you. Bakul Jaja's motives don't absolve him of his crimes. He must answer for them like anyone else. But right now my duty is to ensure that no one in Mamuk feels desperate enough to go to such links ever again. Anyway, thanks for listening. Now that I voiced that, I feel readier for the challenges ahead. Come on, let's head back to the city. Let's. I'm gonna... Oh wait, I can't fly here, so I have to... Actually, wait, can I... That's right. It's so rainy. Oh! This is on my hunt thing. I want to get the, I want to make sure I... Oh, fuck. Well, I've committed. I want to get the, like, the actual hunts and, like, start earning things because I want the kitty cat, the hunt reward. I'm not going the right way at all. It said northwest. I'm literally heading southeast. I'm going the complete opposite direction. You know what? Fuck it. Whee! Oh, pretty! Oh, I'm sorry it's rained every day aspect. That sounds gloomy. Bakul Jaja's scale represents his faith in us. We won't fail him or his people. We haven't a moment to lose. According to Mila... Oh my god. I can read. According to Milalja, Moxitural Zuj is an abandoned settlement. Moxitural Zuj is an abandoned settlement northwest of the city. It should afford us the privacy we require. We must work quickly, lest Arilja discover our intentions. Fortunately, Bakul Jaja thought to give us additional scales, so we might cover more ground in less time. Everyone should take one and get going. Use them to gather as many people as you can. Katarina, let's retrace our steps. Maybe this time we can convince folks to lend an ear. We can certainly try. Maybe we head back to that shop owner. Maybe he'll give us actual chance.
Did I not tell you to move along? I can't be seen talking with the likes of you.
How about this scale from the Blessed?
A blessed scale? In an outsider's hands? What business do you have with me?
We're gonna go overthrow the government, or overthrow the church, I guess, technically, here? I don't know. We're staging a coup. Oh, hell yeah. It's the Trap remix. Vibes.
So Bakul Jaja sent you to call an assembly. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I shall go to Moxitural Zuj at once.
Yeah. Congrats, Ness.
That scale! If the blessed trust you, then so will I.
Oh, thank you, Drake. I will hydrate.
Your posture is regrettable. Concentrate on sitting straight.
Thank you. I also need to check my posture. It's very important. I need to engage my core. I might switch chairs. I've been sitting in my crisscross chair, which doesn't have as good support. I should switch back to my other one. I'll do that in a minute. Maybe the next little break I take, I'll switch out chairs and go to the bathroom and whatnot. All that good jazz.
So what is it that you require of me?
Get in my belly!
Bakul Jaja bids us come to Moxuturl Zouj. A strange place.
Hey, check your posture.
I'm checking it. I know. I'm sorry. He doesn't need to. Not the lizard man. You don't want to eat the lizard man?
A strange place for an assembly, but very well. I will not refuse he who fights for our dreams. He who fights for our dreams.
Have you managed to gather some of the good folks? Actually, yes.
Wonderful. The esteemed Bakul Jaja will be pleased. His fellow here will be coming to Moxuturl Zouj as well. Apparently, there's a Najul nursery to the west called Golmajik Grove. Could you go and see who you can talk to there as well? I'll meet you in Moxuturl Zouj afterwards. There's just one more person I need to find.
I like the music a lot. Whee!
Not.
Oh, look at these little dudes. Oh, they're called mourners. Oh, that's kind of sad. Oh. Oh, after that cutscene oh, okay. Yikes. The north. That I could find it. Oh, I'm very close. I can feel it. Oh, shit. I thought that door would open, but then it didn't. Oh, is that a sightseeing log? Hell yeah, it's a sightseeing log. Let's go. Tree of Living Light. I gotta go continue going farther north, huh? Oh, there it is. Cool. Thank you, Judge, for the sparkles. Okay, let's ride back.
Leave this place, outsider!
No, I have this.
Oh, my apologies. I was unaware. I thank you, blessed Scalebearer, for bringing me word of this gathering. I shall away to Moxeter Ozuj at once.
Yeah, I'll ride my little tomato guy. Look at his little waddly feet. How cute. Oh. More magical things. Oh, but those are like the evil ones. I want one that I can domesticate and, you know, use as a mount. I don't want them to attack me. I offer you the Squirrel Killer Club? Oh no. It's because I killed the squirrel in Baldur's Gate. Oh shit, that was really close. Wait. Oh, yeah, it's literally right there. I'm gonna grab that before. Yeah, just a kick. A kick and a good strength roll. I kicked the squishy out. I didn't know that would happen. Well, in a different playthrough, I saved it, so I think it's okay. I need to get back to Baldur's Gate. I still haven't finished Act 3. And then I also need to get back to Trails. And then I also need to catch up to everybody in Dawn Trail, which is kind of what I'm trying to do. And I also need to do art streams. And I also need to probably do like a bunch of other streams of different games to hurry up and catch up. So basically, I just need to stream every day, every hour, and not sleep, because that's the only way that I'm gonna get everything done. You really can't add Ussy to anything. I think it's funny. Maybe I'm 12, but I think it's funny. It's like one of my favorite bits to add Ussy to everything. Katussi, Briussy, Claire, those are just actual words. Bussy and pussy. I really like Voidussy. Voidussy is like one of my favorites. It's so stupid, but I love it. Where's Wuklamot? She's not with you? Oh, Kona's here.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
You can take credit for Voidussy, Judge.
You invited the second promise as well.
Lamachi, need I remind you that this rite is a competition? Whatever advantage you're about to share with me, you ought to utilize it to your own benefit. I've barely made headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you lead the race to the Golden City. I need your help. To complete the feat?
No, Mamook has a problem I can't solve on my own, and you're the most clever person I know. I want you to hear the people firsthand, so that we might come up with a way to help them.
Very well, I'm at your disposal. So what I'm hearing is he's going to be the royal advisor when she becomes Dawn Servant.
Everyone, thank you for gathering on such short notice. I am Wuklamot, third promise of Tuliyollal.
Oh fuck, I can't remember what voice I gave the belligerent one.
Promise, I thought you served Bakul Jaja. You deceived us.
No, they did not.
There he is.
The scales they showed you were mine. I entrusted them to the Third Promise and her retinue. Why honor these outsiders so? Because Wuklamot has won my trust. Now you will hear her words.
Bakul Jaja shared with me the truth about blessed siblings, about the price you pay to conceive them. As an outsider to your community, it is not my place to judge you or your culture. Culture is born of the experiences of its people, of their lives and their land. But it breaks my heart to know that yours has brought you all so much suffering.
Damn, Cat really let that one out, huh?
Someone just fart.
God damn. Fuck, we're supposed to be having a serious moment.
If any here wish to break from the cycle of tragedy that creating blessed siblings demands, I ask that you join us.
The eyes closing, but exactly. She really had to focus to let that one go. She had to do her like fart affirmation. I release what no longer serves me. Please, I don't want. Oh, God damn it.
Please, I don't want any more of our children to die.
You think we want this? We have no choice. Only blessed siblings can liberate us from our suffering. Without them, we have nothing.
That remains to be seen. Speak with the Third Promise. Share with her your worries and your pain. And together we may find a new way forward. Together. If she is trustworthy, then I will speak with her.
It would be best if you withdrew, my son. Many cannot yet speak freely in your presence. Let's keep an eye out for Surreal Shah. He wouldn't take kindly to this sort of gathering. Once we understand everyone's concerns, we'll be better equipped to help them. Let's make sure they feel heard. I'm glad Kona agreed to help us. He's always been good at solving complicated problems. Me, not so much, but I'll support Mamuk's people however I can. By combining our respective strengths, we'll help them discover a new source of hope. I know he will. I guess some paint. Rust red, sea fog blue, and I don't really like any of those. Well, maybe it's sea fog blue, but I might as well just get the Night World thing. All right, Katarina, before we start, let's make sure we're remembering our history correctly. The Mamulja and Jabral fought for centuries over the land in the upper forest, but due to infighting, Mamulja forces struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, the Hubigo and Bunewa clans intermarried, and that's how blessed siblings were first conceived. With that in mind, let's talk to the people and learn why they rely on blessed siblings.
Blessed siblings promise us more than strength. They promise us the sun.
Oh hell yeah, that's going. That clip's going in the folder.
This forest is dark and inhospitable. When given the opportunity to live in Tuliyola, most of our people didn't think twice. Still, Sorry, I had beans for lunch. Still, the prospect of being among so many outsiders was intimidating enough to keep many of us here. Blessed siblings are meant to deliver us from this accursed forest, to lead us into the fertile land above, where we might make a place for Mamulja to abide in peace and plenty.
So you desire fertile land, one that's all your own.
Okay.
Those who have known only open skies and bountiful land cannot comprehend our plight. To thrive, we must take what we lack by force. And for that, we need the might of blessed siblings.
There have to be other ways to thrive. Ways that don't require fighting.
As you'll have noticed, this forest is very dark, and that I have had beans for lunch. Hardly any sunlight makes it through the canopy, so it feels like it's always night. We plow, we fertilize, we irrigate, and our crops shrivel and die as though cursed. The only one that grows well is Najul, Jatika banana, and Turali. Try living on that and little else for a few centuries and see how you like it.
A forest where nothing grows. It's not hard to imagine why you'd want to leave.
Oh god, your bird is farting all over the place, Judge.
This land was once rich with ore, but the Yokoi did not stop digging until all the veins were spent. The meteorites are only good for so much. Even if we made overtures to traders, we have little to offer. Nothing would make me happier than to make a good life for my family in the place where I was born, but that's impossible.
So with resources as sparse as they are,
just farting magic everywhere.
With resources as sparse as they are, you don't have good prospects for trade. Well, I think I'm starting to understand. Everyone had their own perspective, but all their concerns were about the forest itself. Dark, infertile, cursed. Hearing that, it's little wonder that people here wish that they that people here wish that they had better land. Did I read that?
Close enough.
And who better to get it for them than the blessed siblings? It's hard to convince people to stay in a place that can't provide what they need. You'd think the meteorites at least would have value, but apparently not. Hold on. Didn't Erenville mention something about the meteorites? That the ether they emit makes the plants grow blue? A rather significant physiological effect, I would say. If we were to study these meteorites, we might discover other ways they influence local flora. I noticed a curious amalgam of tree and meteorite just south of here. Determining precisely how they interact with one another may yield crucial insights. Everyone, I really appreciate you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks to your insights, we have a promising idea already. We just need a moment to investigate it further. So please bear with us. We'll be right back.
They're so sparkly. I like the sparkly chocobos here. I'm gonna go all the way to the other side. I'll save it.
It really is incredible how a tree could support such an enormous boulder.
The meteorite's etheric emissions are palpable even from this distance.
Seeing this again makes me feel more confident in sharing a theory of mine. I suspect that only plants with an etheric affinity to these meteorites can thrive in this forest. If so, the gargantuan trees that create the dense canopy would by necessity possess the same affinity, as well as the aforementioned Majul tree. Indeed, I should like to analyze samples of meteorite before drawing any definitive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid in this endeavor, but perhaps you and Cryle could lend your expertise as well.
I'd like to join you. The etheric signature of those meteorites may be crucial in determining what manner of species might fare well here.
I think I see what you're getting at. If we can prove to them that the cursed forest isn't quite so cursed, maybe the people won't feel like blessed siblings are their only solution. So how can I help? Want me to climb the tree and break off a piece of that meteorite for you?
There are plenty of fragments on the ground already. It should be enough for our purposes if we gather about 5 pieces each.
Even better if those fragments are gathered from disparate locations.
I will collect your pieces once you have them.
Okay. Whee! Let's go collect rocks. Oh. A piece of candy. I probably shouldn't eat it though. Alfie, are you good? Oh, he's looking. He just looked kind of dazed, so I was like, wait, what does he say though?
Too big for our purposes, but a shot of it might do. Erenville, if you would.
Should have brought better tools.
The more fragments we gather, the better. Let's all do what we can. So the reason this tree grew so big is because of the meteorite's energies?
See, this is why I'm like, I hear the little motif of it, of Jenova from Final Fantasy VII, and I find it very ironic that there's also a meteor. So, it might be a little bit of a stretch, but it feels like a reference to me. Okay, have I not covered all the ground? What the hell? Yeah, see? I haven't heard the song enough to like know it enough to like point it out. Let me follow my rads. I need a... Huh. I have to climb up a little bit? I feel really stupid. I probably walked past like a bunch of them. Hello? Why are they so hidden? I'm just going in circles. Oh my god, there's a whole other... Okay, that's probably why. Oh wait, there's also one right here. Okay, well then I'm glad I stayed over here. It wasn't a waste. I forgot there was a whole other area. My bad, I'm sorry. Did you find your fragments? Sure did. Much obliged. Alfino, Kryl, and I will combine the gathered samples and conduct an analysis forthwith. Determining the wavelength may take a little while, but I'm hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit. I'll tell my sister to await our arrival at oh my goodness. Excuse me. Moxaturl Zouj. So go and meet her there. We will return with our results as soon as possible. Oh god, it's all the way up there. Okay. There it is. It's like that one little part, but it's there. We've done all we can. The rest we must leave to Kona and the others. I don't know the first thing about those Charlian devices of his, but if they can be of help to Mamuk, I'm glad he has them. There's hope for these forests yet, Katarina. I can feel it. I'm gonna take a quick little break again, and then I'm gonna get back to the MS Kyo. But I need to go to the ladies' room, so BRB. Oh my god! Good for you. The way I thought that was...
Welcome to 107.5, The Crunch. Real ASMR shit. Here's the sound of me chewing some the Tostitos chips. That was your cue, Bree.
Oh!
Okay.
What chips are you eating?
Apparently, sorry, I lied to you. That was me doing the grapefruit maneuver, apparently.
Poor Bart slept through the whole thing. Oh my god. The girlie saved the day. Oh, look at my health though, too. That was way too close for comfort. That was way too close for comfort. Poor Barts. I feel a little bad. Real mascots that we would smash or pass.
I mean, that cornflakes box got a giant cock on it.
Oh
just
my
saying.
god. Oh my god.
That's all I was saying. I was saying Tony the Tiger smash. Runner
No,
up.
Tony the Tiger voted for Trump.
Oh yeah, he probably did.
opinion.
Yeah,
But
no,
in
no,
like
you're
a-
right. He totally
In
did.
like a, I think he'll fix the economy kind of way.
Yeah.
The Cookie Crisps wizard would never do this to us. It really feels like the drums of death are upon us. They're pounding, and once they stop, you die. Feels. Ah! No! Ah! No! Nope.
Amanda, what's that smell? I've never smelled anything like that.
Oh.
I don't know, Wooly. You're right. It's a bad smell. What do you think is making that bad smell?
swear to God, if this pot ends up having a green rupee in it, I think I might actually scream. I've been enticed by Patrick's juicy booty. I can't believe I just said that out loud. Okay, I'll see you guys.
Side. I don't have my Alphonse anymore. Oh!
I tried.
We're alive.
I pulled her, but I was too close.
I can't tell where she's going. I'm so confused.
Okay, we've almost got this. Oh, Judge. Oh no, the potato has been chosen.
No potato has been chosen.
Yay!
I did get clipped by it.
Aw. You.
Oh God! Ah! Hurry! Oh my God, it's so strong too. Okay. 3, 2, 1, swallow. I can't swallow it. Oh my God.
No.
I am a little spookified right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna... Jesus! Okay! You got me! You got me! Creepy child laughter indeed. Peter isn't thick like that. Yeah, maybe Peter just needs to be, maybe Peter needs to just, level that pussy up, you know? I would like to apologize for what I just said. Actually, you know what? No, I would not like to apologize. I'm a strong, independent woman and I can say that. Oh my God, what's in here? Is there a fairy in here? What do I have? I have the bug friend and a fish. We'll get rid of the fish. We'll leave a fish and Jabu Jabu for him. He loves fish. Yes! Gimme! No, not the fish! No! Drop the fish. Right now! Oh my God, fairy, no, don't disappear, don't disappear. Don't disappear, don't disappear. No! I dropped it! No! Why? You know what? It's fine. I'm a pro. I don't need it. I'm fine! It's fine! See, this is the other thing that pointed me towards the books. Why can I click this? All right.
Did we? No.
No, the fuck we did
we
not.
climbed the wrong mountain.
Oh my God, I would start crying. I'd burst into tears. I'd be so fucking
no,
thrilled.
don't tell me we
There's a mirage the whole
Oh my
mountain.
God, could you
Haru,
imagine?
Be careful. Haru, be careful.
Oh,
I'm
God.
being as careful as I can. See, here's the thing. At this exact moment, I don't think, quote unquote, I can fall all the way down. Where the fuck is this? I don't see this.
Don't worry about it. You, go to your left.
I
Just go
see
to
it. I see it.
I see it too.
I see it. I see it.
Okay, I see where I'm going.
I see the
where I'm going.
statue. I see the statue.
Oh my God.
No way.
Oh my God, are we making it, gamers? Gamers!
Oh my goodness! Oh my God!
Oh my God!
I'm gonna need like 7 or 5 marshmallows.
No, you're my hero.
I need a heart!
Yeah!
I'm holding out for a heart till the end of the climb!
Oh my God!
Haru, we owe you our lives, literally.
Oh, you can have the.
Oh, I did it! Okay, cool! We're good! Never mind! Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? No! What the fuck? No! Look at it, such energy! No! Okay, now we're going back to the fire one, and I'm gonna put my tunic back on. No! What the fuck? No, what, are you serious? It ate my fucking tunic. It didn't tell me that it ate my tunic. No, 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 no. No! You motherfucker! No! I'm so pissed. No, that was my favorite tunic.
Bye, Midgar. Hello, freedom. This is just what I needed to put that creep behind me. That absolute pig. I can't believe he dumped both of us. The nerve. Wait, you were dating him too? How am I only finding out about this now? What the hell? Oh, crap.
Oh my god, the tea is hot and calm. The drama. I got better. No shot wasted. What? Excuse me? No! No!
To my whims.
Now, having borne witness to my life's work, have you
Not.
I was about to say, she is, I think we know the real reason why Doma Castle flooded that day. Jesus Christ. Okay, anyway. But really.
Friend, you can just say I started once. And I'd say beast. And I know for a fact. Bree would say.
Bree would say what? Hello?
Hashtag.
Hold on. Where's this fucking statement going?
Hashtag.
I'm back again. She can't even get it out. She can't even fucking. All right. Letting me take another breaky break. Oh, let me get that timer. Excuse me. I found Midna, by the way. I know that she's been missing in action the last couple of times, but homegirl was just asleep on the bed, on my bed, like she owns the damn thing. I went in there, and she popped up, and I was like, "This is where you've been the whole time." What a brat. Alrighty. Well, of course, now she's in here, and she's gonna start begging for attention. What else is new? I'm sure Zariel Zhao would.
Everything all right back there?
Yes, everything is all right. Thank you. I'm sure Zariel Zhao would have choice words for us if he knew what we were up to. But his people are my people, and I can't ignore their plight. If I'm to call myself Dawn Servant one day, I have to bring an end to the tragedy here. Many are depending on me, Bakul Jaja not least of all. Anyway, I'm sure Kona and the others will be back with their report soon. She sure thinks it is, Drake. She sure thinks it is. It's like really sweet and like, do I have evidence proving it doesn't belong to her? Well, now that you mention it, not really. I can't, I mean, her hair's on it. There's little scratch marks where she's fucking scratched the sheets. She uses it often. Future, whose side are you on? You're supposed to be on my side. You know what? Touche. Touche. I need to build a better case. Good, everyone is assembled. In light of our news, I thought it only right to call the others. Thanks to the efforts of all. Objection! Thanks to the efforts of all, I'm pleased to say our analysis has yielded many valuable insights. And I dare say the prognosis is hopeful. Earlier we asked about the hopes you place in blessed siblings, why they are important to you. Your overwhelming response was a frustration towards this forest. From a lack of natural resources to the inability to cultivate crops, in all respects have you ever struggled to build a prosperous home, thus your understandable desire for new land. However, this would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes your forest uniquely valuable. That is, the soil. Our tests have proven without a doubt that the Jatika heartland is abundantly fertile.
This may be surprising to hear, as you've seen crops fail time and time again, but we've discovered the root of this problem as well. The meteorites scattered throughout your forest emit an unusual energy that greatly influences the development of surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive on this energy, like the Najul and the giant trees that create the canopy, but others, as you well know, are sickened by it.
Fortunately, the solution is simple. Legasp! Oh my god! Across the salt in a place called Charlian, there is a peerless collection of flora assembled from every corner of the world. Now that we know what energies are most prevalent in your forest, we can offer you seeds and starters guaranteed to thrive here. I took the liberty of contacting a few colleagues via Link Pearl. Should you desire them, a sample of our best candidates can be shipped here in short order. Just as Eorzea acquired the Popoto and tomato, I guess I should say since it's British, and tomato from Tyrol, so too might Mamook benefit from foreign crops.
You mean, we'd be able to grow more than Najul here?
Precisely. While care must be taken to choose those species that will not have an adverse effect on the ecosystem, your agricultural options should increase markedly.
Hello, Pamplemousse!
With the right crops, Mamook will have all it needs to prosper, both at home and in trade. Blessed siblings don't have to be the answer anymore. Oh god, I keep forgetting the voice I get this one.
Then there was never any need to fight, never any need to sacrifice.
Be British, innit?
A bit British.
We can't change the past, but we can try to make the future better.
Let the old teachings end with us.
I know blessed siblings represent absolute strength to you. Letting go of that idea can't be easy. But I'll prove that when we work together, our combined strength can achieve anything.
Show us, promise.
If there's another way for our children and our home, we'll no longer suffer in silence.
Sometimes we have to fight alone, but not this time. Would you say a few words, Katarina? Oh, Jesus. Oh. Oh, these are all really good, though. Anything is possible when you work together. Our victory over Valley Garmanda is proof of that. Yeah. With faithful allies at your side, you can save even the entire star. That's real good. In friends both old and new, you can find the light to banish the darkness. Yeah, I really like the second one the most.
Saving the star is far beyond the scope of our needs, but I acknowledge the value of allies.
He was really like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about the star, but anyway.
We've said what we wanted to say. Now all that's left is to defeat my father's shade in the feet of the Brotherhood and clear the way for Mamuk's bright new future.
Do not give us cause to question our faith in you, please. Live up to your words.
I will.
Oh, hello, Midna. She's decided that I am now to hold her.
After we complete this feat, let's be sure to tell Zarilja the good news about his forest. I'm sure he's as eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods they'll grow here.
Midna, you're so soft. You're just a soft little baby.
Compassion even for the likes of him. You continue to eclipse me in every way. And it is a simple choice. We're counting on you, Wuklamot.
We've turned 2 out of the... There's only 4 competitors, right? 2 out of the 4 competitors are now basically allies. So... we're winning. Hey, Bun Boy, what's up? Oh, you know what? I had a thought about Bun Boy here. So, I know that there's been, like, whisperings and rumors and conjecture and speculation and all that good jazz about Beastmaster being added to the game. And I was thinking about how I want to see him fight. I know he constantly tells us, like, I can't fight, I'm not a fighter, I'm not meant for fighting, blah, blah, blah. I'm just the gleaner, like, I just, you know, I'm just here to tell you what plants are which and, you know, soothe the animals that we happen upon, yada, yada. But I was thinking, like, wait a minute, like, in Dawn Trail, Kryl really kind of gets to have her moment. I'm cooking a little bit. And I'm probably, I feel like I can't really take credit for this. I'm sure somebody else has had this thought too, but it did occur to me the other day. Kryl kind of got her moment where she like stepped out from behind the desk and got her moment with Pictomancer, and that's how they introduced it. And that makes sense for her because it's like, not only is Kryl like a name from, you know, 4, 5, 6, I mean it's 5, but you know, right around where Realm was, it would make sense for her to like take on that mantle of this magic of Pictomancy and things. But like, I was trying to think like, oh, who are they gonna use for Beastmaster? Are they gonna introduce, exactly, Erenville told you which leaves her sent to wife with. He probably had to. Amazing. But he's the nature guy, you know? Like he's the nature and flora and fauna guy. And so I feel like if they didn't want to introduce like a wholly new character to be Beastmaster, I think it would actually stand to reason that Erenville would be a good choice. And that would give him a chance to like, instead of just being like,
people, today I'm back cooking again.
I'm back cooking again. I'm cooking. I'm in the kitchen, whipping up a. Clearly, it will be that Lala from Boj. I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah. But wouldn't it be cool if it was Erenville? Like, it would give him a chance to really like. I don't know. I feel like they're letting him be a bigger part of the story, and I think that they're doing this now to like set it up so that maybe I feel like maybe clearly he'll be Tataru and her lost car. No, okay, actually it would be really funny if they did a callback to that again. Like I know they did the callback in Endwalker by just like sheer having it around in the proximity of the story, but it would be kind of funny if they were like, she tries again, but this time different, or I don't know. Somebody has to tame the carbuncle because like it's just so like powerful, like they hinted at with the. Anyway, I'm just saying I have a little bit of a theory that maybe Arenville will get his Beastmaster.
This is Walter White speaking.
Belt or whatever. Beastmaster Jobstone. They removed the belts, right? Wasn't that like one of the first? I just saw that meme like a while ago. I have an answer, Aquarion. Possibly. I'm assuming I have an answer. It depends on the question, but ask. It wasn't. It is still out there. It's literally in. It's in Labyrinthos. It's just hanging out, causing chaos. Which would be, I think it would be a funny callback if they like. If they're like, hey, this one got loose. We need to tame this wild beast magically. Summon a Beastmaster, you know? Removing belts to make Beastmaster belt sword whips. That would be a cool... Would that be a weapon? I guess you could kind of call it a weapon. A whip would be cool. A whip would be pretty sick. Anyway, this has been Bree's Kitchen. I'm so sorry. Look, Lamott's got... That's not his voice. What the fuck? I do this every single time. I feel like I've already explained why I struggle between Look Lamott's voice and Arenville's voice, but they feel similar in my mouth. Don't make it weird. The voice, the accent is, it feels similar physically to me. So my brain gets confused when I try to make the shapes of the letters. This sounds absolutely fucking insane. I'm just gonna move on. Wooklamot's gonna head to announce her readiness. Jesus Christ, Midna. Warnagal. Now she's just scratching my chair. Wonderful. She jumps up and scares the shit out of me all the time. Stop farting everywhere. Get that bird some Tums. Wooklamot's gonna head to announce her readiness. I never imagined the samples we so feverishly collected for the Exodus would find new purpose here. But if they help these people improve their prospects, all the better. Anyway, we should go and meet our comrades where Zaralja made his own attempt. The final feat awaits. That it does. Midna, do you mind? Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. All right, I'm back. Oh, I have to leave the party again. I'm so sorry.
Someone has gone to fetch Cyrilja. He should be here soon.
Several cutscenes will play in a sequence. The echo fart. Oh, whoa, whoa! Did that say item level 666? Yikes. goodness, my shoulders. Ugh. I'm locking in.
Zerelja, I'm ready for the final feat.
Yeah, she is.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamuk and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I now understand why I need to surpass blessed siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamuk.
What drivel! Without the blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are, each and every one of us. But when we join hands, we gain the strength to overcome any foe, even Vali Garmanda.
Enough talk. Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja, the finest warrior ever.
Fine by me.
Sorry, I did not mean to hit that button.
Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
I will fight alongside her.
Oh. Thancred just like, hey, up.
Claimants are not permitted to assist one another. Second promise. But you may observe your sister's pitiable attempt. I see. In that case...
God
It seems
damn!
I'm no longer a claimant. I am now free to participate, I trust.
Okay, round of applause for Kona, because I knew he was gonna resign from the competition. That seemed very clear with like all the, I don't know, just where he was going. I kind of figured that. But like to do it in such a badass way, kudos. Kudos.
What are you scheming? Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps.
He's such a good brother!
Not our brother. Not Bakul Jaja. And not me. You have always held the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne.
I love him. I do.
This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tuli Yolal.
Love that little nerd.
I could always count on you, Kona. Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might. Gulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed, arise!
Oh, that's right. Oh, fuck. I fought him with the one head. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, that
Everyone ready?
Yes. Let's do this shit. Let's kick some ass. Well, except for Arenville, because I guess he's not. Are you jealous? He's like, out.
No hard feelings, Papa. Got a lot of hopes riding on my shoulders. And the only way forward is through you.
He'll get his chance. I just have a feeling. Somehow he's gonna end up fighting somebody. Oh my good god.
Why did my real dad just say you have a lot of practice with a door? Yeah, you're gone.
Midna, I can't, no, I can't have the cat debuff. You're very sweet. Oh goodness. Okay, well, cat debuff it is. Damn, he really just, he's like, you guys got this, right? All right, team, let's fucking go!
Bear witness to our resolve.
Midna, of course she crawls behind the my computer immediately.
As long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
What a chore. Ever hungry for battle.
Oh, I heard that machinist shield pop off.
How is this?
Some manner of paralyzing effect. Defend the afflicted.
Wait.
Free them! Target the constricting flames!
Oh my god! Don't do the stack marker sound on me right now! How dare you! You tricked me! Oh my goodness.
Together, we shall triumph.
Midna, no ma'am! Don't climb on that! No! Oh my god, she's such a brat! Ooh, that's a spicy heal, Alfie. Come on! Ooh, Ariel! Oh my god, she just knocked. What'd you knock off? Is it Cloud or Tifa? Oh my god. Just causing chaos. Ooh. Yeah, I knew that was gonna hurt.
Surely this will quench your thirst for power.
Ah, fuck. God, you knocked so many things down. What a little brat. Shame if something happened, exactly. Oh, Jesus. No, please don't sunder me. I've already been sundered once. I don't want to be sundered again. The greed? I wasn't trying to be greedy. But if it was working.
Everyone, get behind me! I've got a bad feeling about this.
Will you have the strength to stand up to this?
I heard that machine is the tactician. Let's go, buddy.
I will be the next Dawn servant. I will protect my people. Is that the best you can do?
Impressive! But I'm not finished yet!
Judge! The way my anxiety spiked! That's absolutely diabolical. Yeah! Ooh, let's go! At least I didn't die. Let me assess the damage from Midna now.
It's my old man for you.
Oh my god. Midna! Murdered Cloud. I'm gonna have to... Aerith's down.
Your coming was foretold, servant of Ivalice.
Oh no.
Or perhaps you serve another.
Didn't they nerf him in like the... Didn't they nerf him in the update? I feel like the last time I faced him was like a new version of him and he was much easier. Damn, killed them all. Aerith, Cloud, and Tifa are all down. I'm glad you did... Okay, so I got gifted a little, it's a... I think it's made out of quartz, so it's probably not super weak. But a little... It's kind of delicate because of the way it's carved, but like a little Slowbro that was carved as a... Or a rock that was carved as a Slowbro from Pokemon. And, so I was scared that she was gonna knock that off, and I was gonna get, like, quartz shattered pieces all over my desk while I was fighting. But luckily she didn't, she didn't knock that one off. But anyway, she knocked everything else off of the top of my tower. What a little hoe bag. I gotta put something else in her way so that she's not able to get behind my Cintiq like that. Anyway, the original Thunder God was different. It was difficult, but like, and it was difficult difficult too, like, even once you kind of knew the fight, like, there was definitely room for fucking up where it could go very sideways. But I think they changed part of the fight where it's like not as long, or he doesn't do one. I don't know. I can't remember. It's actually been a second since I've gotten that fight in a roulette anyway, so maybe oh, back in Stormblood he was nerfed. Oh, well, then maybe I just suck at this game, which would make sense since I'm not a raider, so anyway.
I refuse to accept this.
Ain't that a bit stubborn? Even for you.
I beg your finest pardon, Hoomst? Hello?
Arugadin? It couldn't be...
What? Also, wait, Rugadin? I've been saying Rogadin this whole time. Actually, I used to say Rogaiden, which is like totally wrong.
Do you know Lahi?
Lahi?
Tanqua! It's been too long.
Wait, his name is Tanqua? Like Tankwa? Really? I mean, dude is built like a tank, so that makes sense. But really?
It has indeed. You're looking more imposing since last I saw you, Wuklamat.
Okay, also, that's not a Rogadin face. I'm sorry. That, like, why is he all, like, chatted up? Like, he looks... What? The meme. Hold on, wait. What's that meme even called? It's the Chad meme, right? Giga Chad meme? He's got a Giga Chad face! He has a Giga Chad face! Look at him! Oh my god. Yes, the emote is, that emote is very fitting. That's not even the one I'm thinking of. Hold on, I'm gonna post this right here in chat, just so everybody can look at it, because wait, no. Oh, there's a comma in the, that's fucking dumb. Who puts a comma in? Not that stupid. I swear I copied it. You know what? I wish I could just straight up embed the...
Oh, it's a bad request.
Well, yeah, that's because they listed the dimensions like that. I don't fucking know why. Whatever. Anyway, just look up Giga Chad meme. Like, you'll understand. That's what he looks like. I mean, obviously, he's got like a softer face. A little bit softer, but that's what he's reminding me of.
Tanqua?
My Turali moniker. Galul Jaja insisted I take one, saying my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Ketenram, I presume?
Yep.
No!
Oh, damn.
Ketenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor. The one with the pickled cabbage.
The pickled cabbage.
We can talk about me cabbage later.
Me cabbages!
Zarelja, whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wuklamat her reward would be to betray the Dawn Servant's trust.
What should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory!
My cabbages! Also, I like how he says Wook Lamont. I don't know, it's a Wook Lamont. It's like, I know it's the subtle difference, but it's like the difference between saying roof and roof, which I actually say roof instead of roof, but I know people who say milk and milk, you know, that kind of thing. I like that he says Wook. Wook Lamont. Oh, damn. We're not minions. We're Wook Lamont's friends and comrades. Honestly, I don't think he's going to respond to that, but you know what I think he would respond to? You're the Autarch of Mamook. Show some dignity. I'm going to hit him where it hurts.
I don't have dignity. Not anymore. I wagered everything on this feat.
God damn, that's... I don't have dignity. Dude, you shouldn't just go around admitting that.
And by the same token, I understand the enormity of your accomplishment.
Together, we can achieve anything. You needn't place your faith in the promise of blessed siblings.
How would you have us reclaim our glory?
How about by making something great? Like, actually great.
With friendship and community. With us.
If you need to rule, you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially to a man who has sacrificed countless young lives. Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat, I bestow upon you a keystone. Congratulations are nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time. You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
Kona. Thank you.
They're so sweet.
I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret.
What are you
for
doing?
failing
No!
to live up to our
No!
expectations.
No! No! Stop it! No! No! We told you last time, Judge. No! No! That's not what's happening! That's not! No! No!
You best start believing in ghost stories, Miss Turner. You're in one.
You're in one. You best start believing in video games. You're in one.
Nonsense. If you believe Wook Lamont is the woman for the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Unpracticed as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but
Before he continues, I just had the thought I need Thancred to reunite with Reen just once. I feel like it would simultaneously break me emotionally, but also heal me emotionally. I think it would just be, yeah, it simultaneously would break and heal me. That's all. Anyway, carry on.
am truly grateful to have met you. This is Thancred.
This is Thancred.
Aw, Coda, look at that little smile. She is working on
Words
that.
spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
Aye. And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking.
Friendship! They became bros!
But I get ahead of myself. As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that
If
she
there is to
returns
be a
home
meeting,
safely.
I would accompany you.
I wish he fucking would accompany me. Where the hell has he been? I know he's here. I saw him, and then he just left. And we have not even. There hasn't even been like evidence of him being around. Where the fuck did he go? He's supposed to come visit me again. I think. I want. Please.
You've still malms to go yet, Wuklamart. The rite ain't
Wuk
over
Lamat.
till you find the City of Gold.
The City of Gold.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
So what has Ket and Rum been doing this whole time?
Not like a bit of hardship to see your precious children grow into fine adults.
Let's go and tell the people of our victory.
Did we just become best friends?
I think they did. Enjoy your lurk aspect. Thanks for hanging out.
The peoples. Third promise. You brought everyone? We were just coming to you.
We did it, Milalja. We proved to the Autarch that not even my father's full power could overcome the strength of our fellowship.
I knew you would. I was right to trust you.
You fulfilled your promise, now it's our turn.
You've shown us another way, that we can build the lives we've always wanted here in our homeland without sacrifice.
Since our new crops will come from across the salt, I suppose we will have to treat with outsiders. As equals, of course.
Boom.
Inside or outside, we're all just people, no matter what we look like or where we're born. When you're not used to all the color and variety, differences can feel like obstacles. But by learning more about what makes us different, we can also find common ground in places we never expected.
Yay! He got lost and went to North. Exactly. He's just chilling up there in like fucking, I don't know, colonial America or some shit.
Something new may become something you love. And someone you once hated might one day become your friend. You'll never know unless you keep an open mind. And while it may feel scary, taking that first step towards understanding is always worth it.
We trained her well, huh?
Of course, learning about outsiders may well help Namuk grow. But what happens when they learn about us? About what we've done?
They will not.
What does that mean?
For generations, our covenant has been kept secret, and so shall it remain. The atrocities committed here were facilitated by the Autarchs. We and no one else are responsible.
for my deeds. I'm prepared to forfeit my life, but I will not suffer others to be damned alongside me.
No one's being damned, and your life isn't forfeit. The last thing this city needs is more death. Bakul Jaja hasn't fought this hard for this long only to lose his father. If you truly feel responsible, be the first person to extend understanding to others on behalf of Mamuk. Your community is waiting for you, here and in Tuliyollal.
Look at us, proud parents, essentially.
We can still make things right, my love. Choose a different side of history. Thank you, Third Promise. Thank you for everything.
Yay, we healed the religious trauma!
You still owe me an explanation about that cabbage, you know.
A nuclear fart. The people... Oh my goodness. Whew. Yawn. The people of Mamuk have accepted you. Merchants and vendors are now available for use. Yay! I did it! And you know what? I think that's probably it.
My
My cabbages! I think that's gonna be a good stopping point for the night. Because I'm gonna try to actually get to bed at a semi-decent time. Because this week has been hard. But I did have a good time. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. And oh god, why is my... It's taking a second to close all the way. That's weird. Whatever. Anywho. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm sorry once again that I had to be a PNG tuber because I could not be bothered to primp and preen and all that good jazz. I would like to say that maybe I will be on camera next week, but honestly, I don't. We're gonna have to just see what happens come next week. I'm still readjusting back. I'm back to like actually working. I'm like off the FMLA and I'm like fully back at work. And it's also been, well, it's just been difficult. It's been an interesting time. So this first week was rough, but next week I'm hoping will be a little better. We'll see what happens. I wish I had a better, more positive way to put that, but that's where I'm at. So I'm going to send you guys off on a raid if you'd like to continue watching the Twitch. And there's quite a few people live. Ian's live. I feel like I can never catch Ian live. So you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and raid over to Ian. I think he just started playing, maybe? I think he's played some Dispatch too. So I have not yet played Dispatch. I was actually thinking about streaming Dispatch at some point. So I'm gonna kind of lurk for spoilers. Okay, yeah, he just started. But yeah, interesting times with the rage. That's so real. That's yeah. Anyway, thank you everybody. Have a good night. I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
Everything all right back there?
Do it, lady. Do it, lady. Do it, lady. Do it, lady.
Things I do for content, ladies and gentlemen. Oh god, I just know I'm gonna be doing a ton of takes of this because I'm not good at
Did you think to destroy me in my realm? Here I am eternal. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows.